You have the password.
Huh?
Password.
That one.
Open my
Passport. Laptop password. Passport.
It's not longer. It's longer. Was it? Okay, don't worry. Sure, you jump on the first floor, or do I have to move back more? I don't want a situation where keep the one straight inside that black bag. I think it's better now. The light is better. Or is it that more sun has come out? Yeah? Is it that more sun has come out? No, centralized. They've gone. Okay, okay. See, get water for me, I beg. I'll give you money back.
Please, there's a separate attendance register for our board members. Please, when you board member that is here, board member of Center for Gender Studies, and you are not registered for that, please just invite this attendance to please. Board member, Gender Studies, please. There's a special registration for you. Thank you. appreciate Professor Saikobo to please a round of applause for him, Professor Saikobo. We have students of the theater arts group that will be giving us a very beautiful performance here today, led by Ms. Awen and him. A round of applause for them. We thank members from the CT, thank the web unit, thank you for joining us. Mano, we have members of Mano who are there, students here present. Appreciate yourself. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We have a correspondent for Bangla newspaper. Thank you for joining us. All members of staff of Center for Gender Studies, University of Benin.
I am Flash. You have all the presentation.
Let's also specially recognize Professor Osibe. You're welcome. Professor Osibe, thank you for coming to the board member as well of the Center for Gender Studies. The representative of the registrar and the board, we have Mrs. Obeawa. You're welcome. The Vice President of MACO, the latest Vice President of MACO, the Faculty of Agriculture, Multipurpose Cooperative Society is here with us. Thank you for coming. Thank you for taking presentation with your presence. Thank you very much.
Or is it types? Huh? Is it types? Doctor Miss Lot.
This comes that she said she's leaving, she has somewhere she's going, STDs.
Okay.
And it's long
That's
term
the first
effects.
time.
That's the first one.
Okay.
What is that now?
I beg.
Are we live?
Yes.
They're live.
Hey, come. You have to watch people, but at the stand. In fact, you want to sit down on that chair, that place. You want to sit down here. If they want to sit down, they can sit down there, but you want to sit down here. Because that guy just now.
very much. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I'd like to welcome to the event. My apologies again for starting behind schedule. We'll start
I'm not sure if I can sit down if you stand. When you stand, I decide, but you should go close to go.
I want to welcome you to the workshop tagged Sexuality and the Development of a Healthy Lifestyle, organized by the Center for Gender Studies, University of Benin. The director of the center, Professor Akinwumi Akindele, is a passionate woman and believes strongly in the empowerment of young people and making a positive impact in our society. Today, we have decided to talk about conversations that usually we are not too comfortable to discuss, but it's very
shall charge your phone.
You're coming here today, not the fact that you pay us at the end of the program because you are able to get value for the time. I can assure you that. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and that was join me. Welcome. Microphone for our welcome address. Elected one and only Director, Center for Gender Studies, University of Benin, Professor Adekunle Adekunle, Director.
Good morning, all. I think everyone knows me very well because I'm not more for protocols and what I do. But I'll say more welcome to everyone that is here. My colleagues in the academia, non-academic, all members of staff of the University of Benin, my distinguished dean, that's my faculty. Thank you for coming. Our dear students, students of the University of Benin, students of Wellspring University, please welcome them. And of course, the staff that came with them, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you especially to this workshop, tagged Sexuality and Development of a Healthy Lifestyle, which is organized by the Center for Gender Studies. Permit me to begin by recognizing our essentialities for us to have this conversation today. One that focuses on sexuality and how it plays a crucial role in shaping a healthy lifestyle for young adults. Sexuality as a topic is not discussed in great details. People tend to shy away from discussions about sexuality and development with their young ones, with the resulting lack of information and knowledge of navigating this sensitive period of raising hormones, curiosity, and peer pressure. In the absence of these conversations, young adults may lack decision-making skills. These conversations empower them with the information and guidance to make life-shaping, direction-changing decisions. The Center wishes to express our gratitude to our speakers today, and they are all student professionals, for their immense support and commitment to the development and empowerment of young people. They are the Director, University of Benin Health Services Department, Dr. Mrs. Berry, the consultant physician. Thank you, ma'am. We have Professor Philip Chefwala. He's a consultant pediatric surgeon. He will speak to us via video. Dr. Loretta Odokoro, a consultant obstetrician gynecologist, will also speak to us via video. We have Dr. Philip Bishop with us, a clinical psychologist that will be explaining the nuances of our emotions and how we feel within the sphere of sexuality. And last but not least, we have Mrs. Kechi Dude, a counselor in season 1, who is in the rehabilitation and integration department in the State Task Force against Human. Welcome, madam. Thank you all. So this distinguished audience, sexuality is diverse and personal. It's an integral part of who we are. The need for young adults to develop a healthy lifestyle cannot be overemphasized. Most times, when sexuality is being discussed, people tend to view it in terms of sexual activities. Sexuality is one of the fundamental rights behind every human feelings, thoughts, and behavior. It defines the means of biological reproduction, describes psychological and sociological representation of self, and narrates how a person relates with others. Sexuality education is a vital learning experience which provides information on gender, sexual development, and healthy sexual relationships. It encompasses the sense of self, it teaches self-respect, respect of self and others, decisions about their bodies and relationships. We are grateful to draw from the wealth of knowledge and experience from our speakers today. I urge participants to take advantage of this opportunity to gain insight in the subject matter, as well as engage in meaningful connections from other participants. Breaking the silence and misconceptions surrounding sexuality makes it imperative that youths have access to accurate and current information about sexuality to enable them to make informed choices. At the end of the day, this isn't just about avoiding risk. It's about empowering young people to make decisions that help them thrive. Sexuality is a part of who we are and it deserves the same attention and care as any other aspect of our health. We need to ensure that our young people are equipped not just with knowledge, but with confidence and a positive sense of self. Let us continue to push for a world where every young person feels supported, informed, and capable of living a healthy, fulfilling life. One where their physical, emotional, and sexual well-being are all valued and nurtured. I thank everyone here today for your presence, and today and together we will help shape a better future for our young adults. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Rector of Center for Gender Studies, Professor Adibike Adibike. Please, another round of applause. Thank you. Please, distinguished guests, I'd like you to please comply with the ushers. We are live. We are live. This program is being streamed live, and we'd like you to please sit accordingly so we have a proper coverage of this event. So when the ushers tell you to sit, do well to be there. Thank you very much. I'd like to especially recognize this morning Dr. Henrietta Okwe, Acting Director, Center for Leadership and Gender Studies, Wellspring University. Thank you for coming. She's also another lecturer from Wellspring University, Mr. Ezekiel Bobo. Thank you. We'd like to specially recognize the presence of students of Wellspring University. Please pray before we appreciate your presence. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we move straight to our first topic for today. The first lecture that we take today, please, there's been a slight change in the program. So 2010. She was appointed consultant pediatrician by the Hospital's Management Board in Edo State. In 2016, Dr. Mrs. Barre was appointed the pioneer executive secretary of the Edo State Primary Health Care Department Agency, a position she held from 2016 to 2020. She was also the state focal person of integrated management of child illnesses for 4 years. After her tenure as executive secretary, she resumed at the Central Hospital in Benin as the head of the pediatrics department. Dr. Barre obtained her master's in public health degree in 2021 from the University of Benin. She was appointed as the director of executive department, University of Benin, in February 2023. She is also an adjunct lecturer at the Benin University and Edo State University and has 12 qualifications. Dr. Mrs. Barre is a member of several professional bodies, including NLA, NPCAN, N1, PAN, etc. She is an active member of Heritage Assembly, loves fellowship, and playing table tennis. Distinguished guest ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Mrs. Luwai Barre is very happily married to our pastor, chief, and the union is blessed with 3 godly seeds. This very wonderful consultant pediatrician that I now call to deliver a lecture tagged STDs and its long-term effects. Round of applause for her.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the chance to collaborate. And I also apologize to my other speakers for unfortunately having this sort of today. Thank you for your understanding. This morning I will ask to present the talk sexually transmitted disease and its long-term effects. The person who is sexual so my focus is what's an STD, how are they spread, what are the different types, how can we protect ourselves, where do I go for testing, where do I go for testing? Now, next slide. So what's STD? And the name implies they are sexually transmitted infections. And the infections that you get through sexual contact, they are different types. Okay, we said before that
I get the slides from the other system.
yeah. So we need to watch
We don't train them on the screen.
semen and vaginal fluid and saliva. It has to be body fluid containing the gel and now spread from person to person.
Thank you.
These are some of the things that can have infection and transmitted from one person to the other. Even sores, and sores are part of it. Sores are wet, they are high, low and high. My next slide will tell you that there are some very high infections like the sexual or the intercourse. That's the main one we all know about. Through vagina, through the anal route, through oral route can have infections transmitted. There's also the blood contact. And we have the blood transmission that was not talking to. We also have an STD. Sharing needles, loved ones here. I know it's going to be increased. We are talking a lot of things from that side. Let's not share needles. Let's not share shots. Even tattooing and body piercing. Sometimes piercing with ears can also contact infections. Infection from mother to child can also be a route of transmission. There are also some low risk or no risk. So I'm sure we know that if we abstain, then the risk from abstaining. Don't go and answer. Answer now. So there's no risk at all if we abstain. Hugging has no minimum risk. Sometimes if you hug somebody, the person has some say they can get that. But of course, know that the risk is really minimal. Holding hands is minimal or no risk at all. Dancing is minimal or no risk. So just know Yeah, gonorrhea, take this drug for gonorrhea, for gonorrhea. That's very common, but it's not as common as chlamydia. Chlamydia is the number one bacterial cause of STD. Another type of bacterial STD, syphilis. I'm sure you've heard of that. Every pregnant woman, when you are pregnant, you have to test on BDRL. That's also to test for syphilis. Then, a major difference between bacterial and viral STD. Bacterial STD can be treated and cured with common antibiotics, penicillin, amoxicillin, or those antibiotics, and take care of bacterial STD. Unlike viral STDs, a common example, HIV. HIV is not so common. We don't hear of HIV so much again. Recently, I asked somebody from one patient to get me help. He says, I tell my children at school, I always treat them. First one was HIV, I wrote a referral for her, go to Central and go and take drugs. This is a friend, number of my friends, go there and take. All that things that she talked to my friends, I wish she would not continue that in the future. Patient, he sent me somebody else, sent another young girl. Guess what? She was also HIV. So, I know that many times we're not getting so much about HIV again, but it's still there. It's still there. So, we need to take the necessary precautions and beware. Do what you ought to do. Another viral infection is human papillomavirus. I'm sure we all know about it because we sent it to an advocate to have vaccines for our young children. Let's take this into hepatitis B, another sexually transmitted infection, and we must know about. Again, this viral infection, unlike bacteria, we have no cure. They can manage the symptoms, but we have no cure. Sometimes one doesn't have the symptoms, maybe just a government carrier. So if you have the governmental involvement, he or she can transmit that infection. And that's why sometimes the mothers transmit it to their baby because those infections are just there. There's some viral medication, just takes care of symptoms, but doesn't necessarily cure it. So again, one major difference is that can be passed to others viral or like the bacterial that is treated and goes away permanently. Next slide. So I will start with chlamydia, the most common bacterial sexually transmitted disease. Greatest number of infections is found among the young ones, 15 to 24. That's the age in the university environment. So apt for the university people. Those of you that are here, pass the message to your friends. Sexually transmitted infections are real. Chlamydia known to just be there, just because there is dormant, destroying the organs that it wants to destroy. And then if it's untreated, sometimes it can go and cause many complications later in life. I will highlight them later. As you said, have no symptoms. Think that one or two persons have the symptoms, one to the others will have symptoms that we now know. So then I will look at the affected. These are pictures for the human. You see that vagina looks a bit reddish and there's a lot of discharge. For the males, the testes look swollen, the scrotum looks swollen and reddish, and then you can have some other pictures I will highlight later. Next bacterial STD I will talk about gonorrhea. Another one, gonorrhea is more popular than chlamydia. Probably because the word is born gonorrhea. They just everywhere, but it's not as common as chlamydia. Chlamydia is terrible. It can be silent. So this gonorrhea is common again in the same age group, 18 to 29. That's the university age. So you need to be careful and affect the reproductive organ. Cervix, we know the cervix, that will be between the uterus and the vagina. So it's up there, just between the reproductive organ. The rectum, the throat, occasionally the eyes are also affected. Gonorrhea, lucky can be treated with antibiotics. And antibiotics in Nigeria are getting over the counter. So somebody just goes, I'm having this discharge. So you go to the pharmacy shop and you get antibiotics. Once you take your okay and you stop the medication. Not knowing that infection is still there, causing harm. So it's best to go to the health center, go to the clinic registered sick person, listen to self, and complete your medication. Don't take these things for granted. Again, no symptoms sometimes, especially in females, just up there, didn't happen. Next slide. So females, many times you have a quick vaginal discharge. For the females, most times they don't have a little bit of discharge, almost always. And that little bit that comes out just wets the area. It has no oil, it has no color. Just a little bit. Same to your panties and know that there's something happening. That will be visual. But once it becomes more than visual, as an oil and the color teacher for both. For the males, you have English teacher for tennis, and the woman is a China teacher. Speak one they tell them sign. Do not ignore. When you have painful information, something to worry about, see your health professional. Even if you have no abdominal pain, you don't have cramping sensation. Not your period, not your period, have that sensation, those things, no. Come to the but you know the testicular pain. Now the test, you have that pain, when you touch it, there's a pain there. It will appear more swollen than normal. But quick to recognize signs in our body. Nigeria, sensation takes days. Many times you have a pain, not so bypass at all, and you feel pain has gone and that. But let's be quick to attend the healthcare center, go to a healthcare facility. You are not on campus, you don't have access to health. Just go somewhere where you are attended to. Don't ignore these symptoms. Early presentation is key for almost any medical case. Present early. And for those that are sexually active, in the between period, if you have pain, what we call dyspareunia, where you are having sexual pain. Sex is supposed to be a pleasurable experience in marriage. But when you are having pain during sex, the telltale sign something is wrong. Do not ignore it. Also, the rectal discharge, and it's that when you pass this and blood or discharge, you don't see your health professional. That's also something that's good. Let's not see that milky discharge from them. The sign of sexual transmitted infection. Do not ignore. Syphilis. Syphilis is another bacterial infection and it's something that has different stages. Maybe primary, secondary, intermediate. Now shows up much later after a long time. Many times it starts as a painful sore around the vagina. It just shows like a small ulcer, a small rash around there. It does much power. Something that needs to be those rash will now progress involve all the other parts of the body. And then it has hair also become secondary. But basically, the primary thing we want to sample is a lesion, a sore-like lesion around genital. You don't know that. Don't think it's just something that is bone. But not just bone. Anything created around the bone down. This is the healthcare. Next slide. So these are some pictures. These are really bad cases that will progress. And you have all these things there. You have reddish vagina, choking. You have something that looks like around the vagina. You have food there that looks like wax. And then when it has progressed so much, you have all these things. People that are affecting the skin and general. These are chronic cases that have been there for a very long time. And we have moved ourselves to get to this stage. I'm showing you like that these simple things to take. You don't take it seriously and become very bad and eventually may get out of hand. Okay, I'm going to the viral types of sexually transmitted infections now. The first one is herpes simplex. Herpes simplex is type 1 and type 2. Type 1 symptoms you have cold sores around the mouth. That one, many people have one pregnancy is job pregnancy, have a cold sore around the mouth is a sign of herpes simplex. And many times once you take your vitamin C, take up yourself, take water, and then just take up yourself, it tends to go away. And it doesn't have no problem. And then sometimes you have kids who transmit it. Again, like I said, viral infection is not okay. Don't go there and don't have your body, just remain there. And then move it from one person to the other person. Type 2 of HIV is the one that affects genitals. That's the one that doesn't do much damage to the type that will now cause all the other conditions to go on. Next slide, please. How to an outbreak of this herpes? First, we feel a single sensation around that genital region, and then they have some painful sores, they have muscular pain. These are non-specific signs, and they may not generally cause anything. Sometimes it's just a good that I have malaria, things like the same malaria. As usual, anything in Nigeria is malaria. Just say, okay, go and buy malaria. Let's try and prevent any presentation from almost any condition. Next slide. So this is a picture of a girl that has genital vaccine. And as usual, we get close up. Don't take it so the local activities to stop our fertility. They don't want us to have many children like them. Let's not go ask for who are researching and come up with things that we can. Abroad, they have this vaccine for a very long time. Now it's getting popular down here. Let's encourage our daughters to have it. Not that human virus is one of the commonest diseases. About 75% of them have one infection rate. Those are different strains, and the strains that cause cancer itself is not a very popular strain. The other strains are just wax, genital wax, cause a little problem. But it's also the person that will have that strain that will come up and turn out cancer. So we want to do what we can do. Vaccine and the latest development in our time. So that children around the world, general vaccine, let's also to have this vaccine. There's no cure against those vaccines are given. Let's go on to take them. Excellent. Many people will know this that have no symptoms. You think they just have what in the bowel, in the ball, actually, sometimes of scrotum, small, darkish, thin skin. That's a what. You need to have bones out or have a clean blood veins and taken out because it can be infectious and it can just be causing damage. The comforting, the insects can also conform. So that's why you don't do something about it. HIV, like I said, not very popular because millions of HIV are gone. It's still very much real. Virus destroys the immune system of the body. Over time, the body tries to fight it, so it can just be there, dormant. But actually there, the person now starts having all these symptoms and conditions, AIDS and AIDS. Somebody losing weight, having a over time. Virus is present in blood, semen, vaginal secretion, and even with breast milk. So we want to avoid these things as much as possible. HIV virus has no cure. Next time, HIV virus has no cure. So when you have no somebody exposed to it, you have all those slides, flu-like symptoms, nothing telling you it's okay. I'm telling you that if you do this, screen so many persons, find out that it's HIV virus. And then you just keep on with life like business as usual. But if you start with patients early, practical patients early, to keep things at bay, let's have a better life. Sometimes these ladies are one to HIV hospital and if you go to another people, they are very healthy and live well and live normal life. So it's fun out HIV so the only way to go your status to get tested. Let's not be too far and not like a portion. Do your class. Go and have a test. Once you are HIV, then you can home and drive. Don't be facing things and not taking the necessary action. Okay? So basically, STDs have some common signs and symptoms that what should happen you should look out for. Sores or bumps on genital area, mouth area, rectal area, don't have it sore. Just you don't need picture. Just have one silent sore in any private area. That's a telltale sign. You have a burning painful sensation while passing the room. Don't ignore. There's discharge from the vagina. Don't ignore. There's malodorous discharge from the vagina above the normal that you have. Don't ignore such signs. There is discharge from the penis. Don't ignore. And then you have abnormal vagina. Where your people are supposed to come on the table and with several to having a small book, just have a little bit there. Don't ignore such. People are having pain, very sexual intercourse. That's the warning sign. And if you have swollen lips, you know that those strength that you have, your body will just break around you. You see. These are warning signs. You need to check it out. If you have lower abdominal pain, then you can have abdominal pain just before your abdominal count. Different from that count. Don't ignore it. If you have fever and you can't feel bad, you can't feel what you see. You're on and on. We always say rash is the sign of a viral infection. So if you have a rash, you don't have allergy, and you don't have rash from rash coming out from the face, around your body, check that. Don't just say one of these. Those people always have something to do. You don't like them, you want to sell. So you always have something to do. Just once for the practitioner. Unfortunately, I know sometimes the waiting time is much. But just in case it's I'm going for my health. I want to have myself checked out. It's not a a sign of sickness. Let's do that. Next slide. How to prevent disease? One, to abstain. Is it possible? Is it possible? It is possible. Abstain. There's a time for everything. There's a time to have sex. The time for sex is at the right of your marriage. And then people that you know that when people in marriage, you're not sure what will happen. Because you know a lot of things are happening. Even women are being put back. So we all need to keep ourselves and protect ourselves. Another potential reason, another way to prevent everything is ask the person about sexual issues. So sometimes they are taking drugs, not tell you. You ask them, you have so. They can put up issue on medication, not one person having medication, but it can affect the next person. So what of you are going to do medication? Then you want to take something. I talked about vaccines. Vaccines are good. They are not the woman to educate us. That one of the greatest achievements in our time. Mortality rate from loss of function and issues. I can't remember what that is when you look out at those things. Those of you have just up and down, almost think they are still there. Because of technology vaccine, because of technology vaccine, don't see so many cases. Those vaccines are good. Side effects are good. Just one thing that we have is just aggressive. And we want to do that person. Let's reduce our fear of vaccines. Again, let's reduce our use of alcohol. Alcohol can cause liver problems. We know that even if you have hepatitis, I said hepatitis is one of the viral causes of STD. Hepatitis is something that you can't take care of. But if you are not, if you are like healthy, you cannot be at and not cause all the symptoms that eventually lead to liver pathology, liver disease, and all the body that we cannot take care of. Let's not share these. Let's not do drugs. Let's avoid all sorts of things. Let's get tested for it. Let's taste it. We must use a condom. We must have certain use a condom. People don't know condom. Condoms are failed. Let's not depend on that. It's like so that you can have several ways to make it out for the test and use the you can use your blood to get tested for these things. There are tests that are called the post-lab. They are growth for the organisms. I said for a can't treat some treatment for viral that you can isolate the organism and then be specific about treating it. And then the discharge for culture and this is the antibiotic that is sensitive to take because of the pathogens that are contained. So now let's get to the crux of the matter. I want to emphasize there are lots of them, but infertility, we have a lot of cases of infertility. See, couple 1 in 3 infertility is a problem. And I want to not very just to have abortion.
Point to the person.
Just have silent infections, complex infections that they don't silently destroy the organ. So infertility is a common long-term problem that will happen to lots of persons because of this. And then sometimes you have children get pregnant, have problems with babies, have premature babies, very tiny babies, have required abortions, and then so have problems that will have high issues because of this. So we don't get problems that you have to them. So genital malignancy, some of these STDs can eventually change the common that cancer. So we don't want to have cancer on the common. No cancer on all the issues that things that can be prevented. HIV, liver failure, or hepatitis, myopathology, leukemia, status, and form of HIV. So all these things can be prevented. Don't tell the next time it's serious. So just not what symptoms of discharge and other things. Eventually, all these long-term problems and things that can affect abstain from cancer. came out of institution. First leadership citation for sexuality, immorality. All Satan's apples have wings. Just avoid immorality. Stay safe and you have no problems. Thank you very much.
Please can we give her a round of applause? Thank you very much. Are you getting value for your time? Respond. Are you getting value for your time? I told you it's a power program that if you get a different mindset, there's a shift in the way you think. There's going to be a shift. Thank you very much, ma'am. That was the Director, Health Services Department, University of Benin, Dr. Mrs. Uwae Ibaye. And she just told us about excellence and its long-term effect. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. I'd like to quickly recognize the presence of the members of students from Benin University, led there by Pastor Nelson Eboke. Pastor Nelson Eboke, thank you for coming, thank you for joining us. We appreciate your presence. Thank you, sir. I would like to also recognize the presence of Dr. Mrs. E.J. Obano of the Faculty of Education. Thank you for coming. Thank you. We also have in our midst this morning TFA Cultural Center, members of TFA Cultural Center. You are welcome. We recognize especially distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. This is the appetizer. Then you see how more coming. So fasten your seatbelts. Okay? Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to, I don't know, that was a very insightful lecture. Do you have questions? Okay, we can also, if you have questions, just put them in writing. Put them in writing. And I'd like to also let you know that this event is free of charge, but we have certificates, but that's on March. What certificates you have to pay for this for this event. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me recognize the presence of Professor Mrs. Guru here with us. Thank you. I'd like to also specially recognize my former boss in the documentation unit, Mrs. Kairu Damosa Ali. Thank you very much. She's here with us. Thank you so much. We'll move ahead now. I'd like to call on my colleague, where we're going to take the citation of our next speaker, and then we'll proceed. Please a round of applause for her. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols duly observed. I am a Kweko, and we are from Central Project Fund, University of Benin. I want to say big welcome to each and every one of you. Please give yourself a round of applause. You can do better with me. And I want to see all your smile. I want to see you smiling. Give me a smile, please. Thank you. Okay, now, my list is citation for Dr. Mrs. Nkechi Didi. Please give her a round.
It's normal. Okay. So it means that Nkechi.
Yes, that's the next level.
Okay.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Here we have Mrs. Nkechi Didi. She's a social worker. She also works with the Adult State Task Force against human trafficking as head of the rehabilitation and reintegration department. She's going to be speaking of power and consent linked to abuse and rape. Please listen to her. Thank you.
Morning, everybody. I want to say thank you, good man, I appreciate you, man, Professor. My able and always lovely mom, she's outside. Professor Mrs. Okore Inapuna. Please everybody appreciate that. I also want to recognize my gallantries in the house. I heard when the anchor made mention of the manual group. Are they here? Are you here? We all. Are you sleeping? Are we hungry? I'm one of you now. We all. But now proceed. Okay. We'll be looking at a topic today called the discourse on power sense linked to abuse and rape. Well, as the name implies, next slide, please. The question is, what is sexuality? I was very pleased when Professor gave me a brief insight on what sexuality is about. And then looking at what Uncle G defines for us as what sexuality is about. He says it's about your sexual feelings, thoughts, attractions, and behavior towards people around you. How you think and perceive people in your environment has a lot to say about your sexuality, positive or negative. Then, in this context, we'll be looking at our academic environment to help us make informed decisions on the issue of power and sex linked to abuse and rape. Next slide, please. Power and sex are two fundamental aspects of human experience that are deeply interconnected, and their dynamics can often become distorted, leading to abuse and rape. Power and sex have been intertwined throughout history. Systems of power often being used to control and express individual life in sexuality. I'm sure many of us know what trafficking person is about. Are we aware what trafficking person is about? So, I'm not trying to discuss CIP today, but when you talk about sexual exploitation, it's one of those key things used to overpower people. And that also brings us to the academic environment, our workplaces, and all of that. You know, when you have, sorry, as I was coming this morning, I was hearing two people discussing. I was describing some, I don't know what school they are from, they were discussing something concerning the lecturer who refuses to answer one of them when she meets him. And why is that? Because she said at the point the guy was kind of stopping her and she told the man openly that she's sorry she cannot oblige his request. And that became an issue. And then there's this sentence that felt like, oh yeah, keep yourself, I will keep my hands. Just this morning on my way here. So, in my head, I was wondering, is this still ongoing? So, if such a person does not have confidence to say no, do we agree that she would have fallen victim to such a man and then need to regret it later? Yeah, so I also appreciate the first speaker when she said getting tested is the issue, and that brings me to the issue of if you ever find yourself, especially my young ladies in the house, if you ever find yourself in an uncompromising manner, take one excuse, one form of excuse or the other, run. Prevention, they say, is better than cure. An excuse is not enough. Now, doctrine. I just handled a case last 2 weeks from one of our polytechnics. I don't want to name it.
See, you're not watching this thing. People are forcing that thing. So that lady cross that thing yourself. That lady cross yourself. Just with her.
And this girl was just an OND, innocent girl. And she's an only child of her mom, which was what put that fear in her. And she had had an abortion, she might die. So her mother felt that she was pregnant for her. And it was so sad that this said lecturer had the nerve to threaten her and her mom. that if you ever mention his name, she will come for them. I ran into the mall in one of the pharmacies in town. Sorry, supermarkets are not like this one. And when I was just speaking to a girl boss, I saw crying with one of the things where I tried to find out what the problem was. So the woman heard me and said, "Please, can I also talk to you?" I said, "Well, why not?" So when I was talking, she told me the story. I said, "No, you don't keep quiet for something like this. Bring that girl to the sexual assault center. Case to another friend, such in cases in the Joe states as we see. It is named after the lady and Togo who chose to die instead of being raped. So the woman brought the daughter there. And then the girl was so scared, she still could not talk. I took her to my office and I told her there are so many rape cases in town. You know why? Because people are not speaking up. And because people like you let the walk the street free. Don't be ashamed of it. It is uncalled for. It's not your fault that the lecturer asks you to do something on mind. You just came to the long your answer, which is nothing to pregnancy. And instead of him to quietly take responsibility for the child, that was when he realized that he's legally married and his wife must hear about it. So what happens to the girl? Whose mother is just a sales rep in the supermarket? See her only child through school, and then this baby is almost 2 years now, about to start school. So is she still going to continue? I want you to be the judge. Will it be fair for her to continue catering for mother and her grandchild? Why not answering? So I have to encourage her to take that step. And when she did, the man came and wanted to talk to them, and I told the man, look at my face very well. Now I'm afraid of you or whatever you think I do. You scratch them. You just scratch them. And I'll come for you. That was where the girl found her tongue to stand up and speak up, tell her story of what happened and what led to that. There were actually 3 of them, but on this particular day, two other of those girls were sent on an errand. She was left alone in the house to help the lecturer do one or two things, and then he took her out. That case is still ongoing. So when we look at what is happening, superiority is something that a lot of us have let slide, and it has taken advantage of our personality, who we are, and we recline into some traumatic situations that we think is very shameful to narrate. I want to tell my young ones in the house to do that. Not shameful, don't be ashamed of anything. First of all, any sensible man that loves you, they really come to you with the job lover. So when they come to you and you're in school, this is an academic today, and you're in school, and somebody walks up to you and says, I love you. You know what you do? Tell the person, you love me, wait for me. And if you must, show me that you are truly that man who professes that love. And I need to see signs of that love. Because as far as I'm concerned, today, what I see everywhere is not love, it's infatuation. And trust me when I say that any man that kisses and tells is not a good man. Any man that loves you will encourage you, wait for you. See that you become suffering, because I've seen situations where pregnancy has tied down a lot of young girls. You can't go further. Guys will keep on with their lives, and you are stranded to care for a child you were never prepared to face in life. So, in sexual relationships, power imbalances can lead to coercion, manipulation, and that's why I first of all use the word. I asked the question, if you know what CIP does. a boy was raped and he passed out. And who did this? An auntie that the boy was living with. And by the time this boy was resuscitated, I was asked to go and sleep with the boy. When he woke up, it took me like another 2 days to make him talk. And when he eventually did, it's against the ethics of my job to shed tears, but I needed to excuse myself to go shed that tears in the restroom or something because I felt bad. That's where I love this topic so much. Power and sex. The superiority of those people we see as people who look up to learn from, and they in turn, instead of helping us grow, they become very same people exploiting us to keep us down there. Is it fair? Life is not fair. So that is why we should open up, speak up when these things happen so that we can get help. I brought the issue of young men today. That's just one out of many. School children, young people, even older men. Has anyone heard something like men don't cry? Is it true? Yes. I don't understand. Is it true that men don't cry? Yes. Wow. Please, so young men in the house, if you are depressed of anything, I want to tell us today that the power the women have against you is that emotion they release in the name of tears. So when you two are depressed and you don't want to be seen, please go into your closet and lock yourself, cry. Try this cry and you see the kind of weight that will be lifted off your chest. Because that is why women easily adjust. They cry, they just come back and say, it has happened, what can I do? My life must go on. They pick up some other thing and they face it and they keep doing it. And you see, when you say, this life said, I guess what you can tell, oh God, they move on. But men will say, no, I want to take all this kind of thing. No, I want to use my steez. No. This one for the man now. What do you say? I know the guy. Come on, you guy man. You don't reduce your steez nothing. It just reduces the stress you are internally going through, and it will help you get better, heal, focus, and keep moving. Do we understand? Am I making sense? What is abuse and rape? Abuse and rape are extra examples of how power can be used. Did I just describe something like that now? Yes. So, abuse is the misuse of power to control, manipulate, or harm another person. Often in the context of a work environment, this can take many forms, including emotional, psychological, physical, and sexual abuse. So, apart from sexual abuse, there's something called physical abuse, mental abuse, psychological abuse. You know, when somebody like a boss in a workplace or wherever you find yourself, and you have to be very harsh, superiors, you just don't have, there's nothing you do that is ever good. It's not like you're not trying to. I'll give us two different versions. At some point, some do those things to you for you to learn and get better. Why some deliberately do it to make you feel less of yourself? So you should be able to define when your superior wants you to do something and bring it out better, from when somebody is just intimidating your personality and making you feel less of yourself. It's not very easy. I'm sure we can agree with me here that it's not very easy to find superiors in our various places, whatever time we find ourselves, that will just correct you lovingly. Is it very common? Some can throw fire at you. What's that? It's your emotions. Yeah, tampering with people. And then the psychological thing, the physical thing, somebody can just look at that and look at how she's very good. What does that make you? You start asking God, why did you create me like this? Is it not? Everybody is beautifully unique in his or her own way. Have you seen where a very pretty dancer is married a cripple? You think it's money? It's just money. There's something that person, well, both of them, they saw something in each other that connected them. That chemistry, there's a way it works. That's why I think nature, I don't know, sometimes I want to ask, what should I say? Is it true that God is a woman? I don't understand because we all wonder how the world was made. And so, yes, you see some, a very handsome man, 100% clean. You see his wife, God damn it. Yeah. Do you ever wonder why that man went for that woman? It is something he saw that pretty damsel told her. Not
See two sides.
that peace, that inner peace, that angel would have made his life a nightmare. That ugly girl is just letting him have a plan. That's why I'm talking to such a person. I'm very confident. So rape is a form of sexual violence in which one person causes another to engage in sexual activity without their consent. Both abuse and rape are violations of individual rights and have a long-lasting physical, social, and psychological. It is what you allow that stays. If you have a vision and you focus on that vision, and somebody tampers with your personal human rights, do you know that if you're a girl here and somebody takes advantage of you without your consent, let me tell you something. Trust me, that dress, remove it, don't touch it, wrap it in paper. Do you understand? Put it in a nylon bag. That's the first forensic analysis they will use to get fingerprints that release. Do we understand? It's not even against him. They say faith moves mountain and what? Knowledge moves what? Knowledge moves what? I don't understand. How many universities students really know? Okay, faith moves mountains and knowledge moves the world. If you know, you know. If you are not informed, you don't know. But I think it's better to be informed and know your rights than just believing that spirit will fall from the sky. Sorry that it doesn't. You work for it before you get it. So I'll just read it. In many cases, abusers and rapists use their position of authority, status, or physical strength, or even blackmail to manipulate and coerce the victim into compliance. If they like, let them say they saw you to do something. If you did anything that they are blackmailing you, say, don't worry, I'm not just myself. I don't need to be my trumpeter or whatever it is called. Yes. Because it is when you, let me tell you something, if you tell one lie, we agree that if you tell one lie, you tell 1,000 more lies to cover one lie. That is why it's better for you to stand up and say, no, don't worry, I'll report myself. Because yes, I tell my children too, if you do something and just see my face, don't wait for me to find out. Just walk up to me, even if the dish you broke, bring the receipts and say, no, I'm sorry, it was my intention. I won't miss you, I'm a good girl. I'll tell you about it. But if I hear it from another person, that is when you have a problem with me. So I think it's better to live a free life by just telling you. It can be harmful sometimes to tell the truth, but don't worry. This will kill you. You only don't see them. So that nobody will have that free will to want to blaspheme you. It's not worth it. So whatever they want to manipulate you with, tell the person, don't worry, I'm on it. It's not what they tell us. When you ask for something, sometimes they say, don't worry, we're on top of the matter. Next sentence. So, sexuality as a component of power. Sexuality is a key component in the dynamics of power and sex. However, when power is used as a tool to control and sexually abuse the person, it becomes exploitative and negative. Same story what we're talking about. So avoid occurrences. Young people must know the do's and don'ts to stay safe from abusers. One of which I mentioned earlier when I say, if you sense that red flag, that somebody is just behaving funny around you, and somebody can stand at the door and say, and it's a male figure, and say, please go inside and bring that thing for me. Patience will say, are you a learner? You should know that there's a reason why he's standing there. Because when we're growing up those days, if my mother wants to beat you, hey, until we stand, she will just pretend like she's doing something and she'll say, come, can you go to my room and bring that thing for me? If you don't have sense, just go. Go and bring that thing. Before you pick the thing from the room and turn, you see that huge figure behind you. But where you want fast? How? You want to push her. She will stand as oil beauty. Are you going to meet your mother? So just be quiet and bear your cross. So for that, it's a red flag. You should know when somebody wants to do something to you because they don't want to jump on you. They are scientists here and there. And when you say, oh, sorry. Some months ago, a boy came from one of the church on a Monday morning. He was just not with my daughter's friend. So when I saw him, I was like, why is your face like this? What's going on? Are you okay? He said, yes. But can I talk to you? I said, why not? Okay. Just give me a let me teach you about it. So 10 minutes later, I called him and I was asking what the problem was. He said they were yesterday in church. That he was going to the restroom to ease himself. And then he saw two boys. One stood at the entrance of the door. The other one followed him to the restroom. I started rubbing his body. And he was like, Ross, what's going on? He looked around. It was a church premises quite well. He needed to be sure. And he was like, I've heard you many times when you say we should know signs of these things and we should want. So I was smart enough and I remember and I said, hey, Ross, let me just do this myself. I'm doing this, you don't worry. Just give me myself chance to do myself. There was like one exit there, man. I was like, did you tell me? He said, no, I can't tell my mom. My mom will say I want to spoil her day in church. Yes. And that brings us to another issue. Parents. I know we are more young ones here. Parents should learn to listen to their kids. They don't just have to experience. If they just tip you off to see your reaction, and if you want to listen, they will give you details. And if you don't want to listen, you go and share it with your friends. And God help us, and you don't share this story with the wrong people. You lose your child in the process because the law of negative is the hour. And you don't make your child your friend. Because child wants to be person that will come and shine their eyes in the house and pretend that everything is well. The Lord is not well with them. So if your child is a talking type, like my own, no way I'm going to be one messed up now. We are not supposed to be talk like I'm here. You know? If you don't listen, even in the process of all those stuff, we must hear one thing that is making sense. All the nonsense we must be saying. Because if they give away, if you don't, that's why so many young people have committed suicide or are still having suicidal tendencies because these sexual abuses is just seriously increased. And we parents are not listening. That is why you see your child's grade going down. And you say, I paid so much. We are talking about the money you pay. Have you thought of the life of that child? Have you thought of what becomes of that child mentally? I was in graduation and the child was called as the best graduating student, and the next thing he did was told his father to step up the podium. What did he do? Just handed his certificate back to the father and said, you asked me to study this, and I'm done. Can I go now? Now this is not fair. Yes, don't force them. Listen to them. What do you really want? Let's not dictate at every point because these are some of the reasons that if they're walking to places they don't know. And they are abused sexually. They come home, they can't face off because we ask them to go there because we want to be moms and daddies of medical doctors, nurses, what they call them, lawyers, engineers, all those big things. And still they a young girl, we know that these days, 14-year-old children are in university, 15-year-old are in university. Do you know that they are very vulnerable at that age? But you're out there, facing a new life, living with people they don't know, living with strangers that can tell them what good and evil. The choice is now theirs to decide which way do I want to go. But if you have a strong tie with your child in the house, somebody strike that child, I swear. Me, I'm one of those moms that bought this wristwatch like a phone. The child will say, just press it. They are started again. Yes, I want to be alerted from wherever. So I will know who to call that is closest to you to help you at the time. It's very important. We cannot talk to our children. Those they say, no, sex, no, how can I discuss sex and sexuality with my child? Please do. It's very important. At very young age. They want to know. They need to know. There's something called a need to know basis. They need to know so that they will know what those red flags are and when to run to avoid this whole embarrassment that will further traumatize them and by extension traumatizing the parents. Next slide, please. Consent and impact. Have you ever seen somebody that will consent to be abused? Is there anybody in this house that will consent to say abuse me? I don't understand. Consent is a crucial factor at all times that must never comes to be because the abuser is controlled as one with his power. If you want this from me, give me this. Is it not? It has become true by power. That's not nice. And at that moment in time, because the abuser is not thinking well and believes he or she is in charge, I can also do as they please. You know, when I look at some rape cases that come from different places, I look at the rape cases and I wonder what kind of adrenaline pops in the brain of that person at the time you want to rape a minor or even a teenage girl. Then later you come and say you are sorry. Sorry for what? How? I don't know listen to what those guys say. They forget that if a partner does not consent to such a behavior and the abuser goes through with it, a lot of things can follow later. That is beyond comprehension of the abuser. And that is where they say, I am sorry. Sorry for what? What are you thinking? If you don't know how to control your sexuality, why don't you go channel your energy to something else? Rather than go hurt someone and then later you say, okay, I'm sorry, what can I do? Keep your money to yourself and face the consequences. That's my point. Next slide. If we can look at this picture, this is a deliberate act because it can be both ways. A man can abuse a woman and a woman can abuse a man. It all depends on how you see it and where the scenario you find yourself at the time. Because this happens mainly in offices. So if we can both let every one of us mark this one. Is it possible to create awareness on this sexual embarrassment and all of that? Yes, ma'am. It's very important. I think it's done.
Well, you'll drop that
So that
you'll drop it about that.
because they don't have chance and they don't get to say it because one basically is the station of the mouth. But you, the mommy, have never discussed anything called sex with that child. And you don't know that that child is way above you when it comes to sex. Is it funny? I don't understand. Is it funny? Are you surprised that those secondary school and primary school children, by the time they start asking them to draw the male and female genital organs, they are also learning. You as a parent might not teach them, but they are being taught in schools. So by the time they come home and start asking you questions, please don't be surprised.
Thank you, sir.
Don't be. They must have. See, I don't know from you. Social media has done more harm than good to our children. What you don't know, you think you can log your phone. You think you can password your phone. They break your password and they watch what they want to watch. See, they are are we giving? It's not when the person came to make a report. You are asked to find out who the rapist is. And not a playing game. If she like, when she wears pants, I'm not an advocate of that, but it's not enough for you to rape a boy child or a girl child. Have anybody heard the story of where a boy was raped by 3 girls? Hello? Did anybody hear the story of where one boy was raped by 3 girls? You never heard? Well, it did happen, and this very handsome boy woke up in the hospital. That's why I brought out that picture. Because it can happen to anybody. You know, we have some of these boys, very fine and soft. We call them at the butter children. And to even eat like normal people is hard. They will eat food. And because moms, in particular, moms are overpowered them in their houses. But then they come to where girls and say, "Oh, what do you want this boy say? Wait, I will teach this boy lesson." He said, the boy said, "No one asked him, have you kissed anybody before?" Well, that's not what I was that. He said, "I thought I said I'm water. I go slap this boy." He said, before you knew it, he get big slap him. He's passed out. But then again, "Ma, I asked a question. This boy passed out. How did they succeed in this boy?" Well, how did they get up? I don't understand. You understand? So a lot happened. That was where I got to see that there's something they put in your drink, whether you are asleep or awake, your body is ready. Please be careful. Who you eat with, who you drink with, who you dine with, your clique is food. I'm happy this place is the academic terrain, and I'm sure anybody 10 years here. Uncle, please close the ears of that child. You understand? So please, let people walk with you. And then this blame thing, if you don't avoid this whole thing, this blame thing will continue. And we really need to sanitize our law enforcement officers to know when not to do this, but just go to work and check out what they ask to do. Next time. Dressing. My clothes does not determine my consent. If I wear a pants, not invite for you to come and read next time. Intersectionality is another important concept to consider in the discussion of power, sex, and peace and living. Intersectionality recognizes that individuals experience multiple forms of oppression and prejudice based on their intersecting indices such as gender, age, official position, location, and wherever it is. It is good for us to be well aware of our rights as a people and know when to run when we are sensing any red flag. What that call it? What that call it? Next slide. Recommendation. Awareness creation, like I just said before. Community sensitization and programs of this nature on issues of power and sex linking to rape and abuse. SAH program. SH impacts and importance of incident reporting. When I say incident reporting, it simply means that in your area, if you see someone that is being abused sexually and the person does not know where to go, and you here today have a place you know, like a sexual assault center, apart from the police, that person can get assistance, please call. I will give us a number which you can call that place and they will give you a direction of how to find that office to report such cases. But nothing has something they call the iReporter. The Edo State Mechanism has an app online you can download to report cases. Next slide, please. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maru. Actually, learned that. What you don't talk about is power of sex. Power and sex leads to abuse and rape. And she said, it moves mountain, right?
just focus on no, wait, take.
Okay, the next one is the glow network also.
Do not bring too much. You should bring too much.
Are you ready? 45471560079 25600. I repeat. 45471560079 25600. Wow! That's female inclusivity. Give her a round of applause. Woo! That was female, yes. How many do you have there? Wow! Thank you so much. Now follow my colleague. Please a round of applause for my colleague. AKA Coco. Thank you very much. I'm sure we've been having a very wonderful time. You're not getting value for all the time. Tell me so that we go. Are you enjoying the program? Please sit back. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged this morning to have in our midst the wife of the digital dean of the Faculty of Agriculture, Dr. Mrs. Zeko. Round of applause for her. Yes, that's Dr. Mrs. Zeko. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we also have from the Department of Microbiology, Dr. Brenda C.J. Round of applause for her. Thank you for joining us. We have presenting director, Global Research Institute of those states, Elise Yoa. Dr. Elise Yoa. Thank you for coming back. We also have from the Empowerment and Livelihood Development Initiative, Dr. Mrs. D.O. Mbeke. Thank you for joining us. We have other networks, MTA Business and Ready. We will take we have our next presentation. The next presentation will be coming online. And we have our speaker, a consultant, pediatric surgeon, all the way from the University
You have the video.
Dr.
You have the video.
We will be taking
You guys should give me now.
next topic. So please, here gets set. Our MTN network. I'll just pick one, then we'll proceed to the next lecture. MTN network users, are you ready? 48178. I'll go again, please. 481-718-0469029205. Are we ready? For somebody like, oh, a round of applause for her. That must be very fast, fast in writing. What did you get? 500 naira MTN. All right. A round of applause for the Director Center for Gender Studies. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can we have the next slide, please? Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the next topic on the next lecture is being delivered by Dr. Philip Shebwala from the University of Abuja, and his topic is gender reassignment, the whys and the because is surgeon's view. Enjoy this.
That's going to give me it's not true.
Before I continue, I want to make a disclaimer. I have a few photos here.
It's so easy.
But some people might find it uncomfortable when it comes up with briefly. And I want to go so long. It's just to help address what we're discussing. Especially in Africa, when a baby is born, one of the first questions that we ask is, what is the sex of the baby? It's something people want to know. It's usually very easy to answer. But every once in a while, we have some babies who are born, and that question is not easy to answer. And that is where assigning or reassigning of gender from the medical point of view comes up. So, when we have gender assignment as difficult, what do we do? There are some basic steps we have followed. There's some babies who are born called hermaphrodites. We're not sure of the origin of this word, but they may have it. Because when you look at them, it's not so clear. They have abnormal external genitalia. The origin of the word hermaphrodite is not known. It's Greek, it's Roman. And then the gender to assign these children, whether boy or girl, is audience. The treatment will not be very big, but we need to know how to declare. Most cultures, 7 days in which name this child. Fortunately for us in Africa, we have a lot of names that make sense, that both boys and girls can answer. So the safest option is to assign such names. By the time we finish evaluation, we usually have an investigation of the tests, and we decide whether the boy or girl patient can continue their normal life. The best approach is to people who have difficult determination of their gender is multidisciplinary.
Careful, please.
Where
Okay, look
various
at this.
professionals come together. You can have dietitians, you can have geneticists, you can have surgeons, you can even have just
Good day all. I want to thank especially
So just
the Center for Gender Studies for inviting me to give this talk. I consider it an honor and a privilege to be invited. I'm Philip Shelbwala. I'm a pediatric surgeon from the University of Abuja, and I'm happy to give this talk. Today we're talking about gender reassignment, whys and because. But today is going to focus on the surgeon's perspective. This is indeed a topical issue, and there are many angles to talk about it: psychological, medical, social, all sorts, even religious. But today we're going to focus on the surgeon's perspective. The question we're going to start by asking ourselves is, what is gender? Gender is that aspect of maleness, of femaleness, boy or girl, that is social, psychological, as opposed to sex, which is biological. So gender is what is assigned to you. We're going to take this talk in the following outline. So why do we even have gender assignment in the first place? Not reassignment, but assignment. And then we'll look at some academic aspects about hermaphrodites. We'll discuss that briefly. And then reasons for gender reassignment, the role of the surgeon, and the consequences of gender assignment. Finally, I'll conclude by discussing what does the future hold. Before I continue, I want to make a disclaimer. I have a few photos here of patients. I have their permission to use it. But some people might find it a bit uncomfortable. So maybe when it comes up, you can look away briefly. And I won't put it for so long. It's just to help buttress what we're discussing today. Especially in Africa, when a baby is born, one of the first questions that we ask is, what is the sex of the baby? It's something we always want to know. It's usually very easy to answer, but every once in a while, we have some babies who are born, and that question is not easy to answer. And that is where assignment and reassignment of gender, from the medical point of view, comes up. So, when we have gender assignment as difficult, what do we do? There are some basic steps we can follow. There are some babies who are born, we call them hermaphrodites. We are not sure of the origin of this word. Are they male? Are they female? Because when you look at them, it's not so clear. You say they have abnormal external genitalia. The origin of the word hermaphrodite is not known. We think, is it Greek? Is it Roman? And then the gender to assign to these children, whether boy or girl, is urgent. The treatment will not be done immediately, but we need to know how to declare it. Most cultures, in 7 days, they need to name this child. Fortunately for us in Africa, we have a lot of names that are unisex, that both boys and girls can answer. So the safest option is to assign such names. By the time we finish evaluation, clinically and by investigations and tests, and we decide whether it's boy or girl, the patient can continue their normal life. The best approach to treating people who have difficult determination of their gender is multidisciplinary, where various professionals come together. We can have dietitians, we can have geneticists, we can have surgeons, we can even have religious people getting involved. And then this determine what we do. That is for patients who are born and we're not so sure where they belong. I have 2 or 3 academic slides. This is one of them. I will not make it too boring with medical stuff. But there's a hormone we call testosterone. Testosterone is a hormone that once human beings have the Y chromosome, which makes us boys or men, is present, is elaborated. And there are androgen receptors in our bodies, which respond to testosterone and make people boys. This happens right from the womb. And these receptors are found in all organs of the body except the spleen. The spleen is one organ in the tummy. Why is it important? Because these androgen receptors are also found in the brain. So right from the womb, if a boy has a Y chromosome and these androgen receptors, even before he's born, the boy will know he's a boy. His brain has been imprinted with this information, and therefore it's not easy to change. And then for girls who have XX chromosomes, they don't have these receptors so much, and therefore they come out as girls. I have a story about Bruce and Brenda. This is a story of a patient who was born in the 60s. He's a twin, and about the age of 8 months was being circumcised, and there was an accident, and the penis was damaged. The decision at that time was, since the boy is so young, let's just turn him to a girl, and let him rear him as a girl. He will never know, and you have a better life. And that decision was taken. But that did not work very well. The boy was called Bruce and was changed to Brenda. By the time the boy was, this Brenda now was adolescent, was totally confused in life, because he was behaving like a boy, thinking like a boy, yet they dressing like a female, and he was doing female things. She now approached the parents and they explained to him, or her as the case may be, that, oh, you are actually a boy. And there was a big relief in Brenda and Bruce's life, and he changed his name to David and started living like a boy. Of course, the sex organs were not functional, but the patient had a better life, he thought. This David's story did not end well. In 2004, he ended up committing suicide because of psychological problems and issues of gender assignment and reassignment, all because of androgen receptors. Now, let's come to the topic of the day, gender reassignment. Why are we even talking about gender reassignment? What has brought this thing to make it so topical in 2024? Well, one of the reasons is, why do we have gender reassignment? There are many reasons for that. We have medical and social reasons. When the wrong gender is assigned at birth, a baby is born with abnormal genitalia, we're not so sure, is it boy or girl? And then after investigations, we discovered that the wrong one was assigned. That is one option. We have discussed Bruce and Brenda, when it's genital amputations. So people can reassign gender at that time. But I think our main topic now is gender dysphoria. This is where the patient or the human being is in distress due to a mismatch between what they identify with and the gender that was given to them at birth. So let's say we have a girl, a full normal girl, now grows up and say, I want to be a man. I feel I should be a man. But has all the female development, all the female looks and body organs. And this is called, and the patient will be in distress. This is called gender dysphoria. These people usually identify as transgender, or a boy that is fully functional as a boy starts dressing like a girl, behaving like a girl by choice. And then this is what we call gender dysphoria, leading to transgender behavior. And that's one reason why we can have gender reassignment. Of course, there can be economic pressures. You may find it hard to believe, but there was this nanny from Asia who went to work for a family in the US and looked after all their kids till they grew a little bit older. And then the mother of the house died. And the daddy decided that, oh, this nanny loves my children so much, let me marry her. And indeed, they got married. And when they tried to have babies, it became impossible. By the time they went for tests, right in Asia, this patient was actually a boy, but changed to become a girl because there was no jobs in their country and thought nanny was a good business. We don't even know how that story ended. Fine, now I ask you a question. What sex is this? Is this a boy or a girl? I think we might just guess maybe it's a boy. But on closer examination, it turns out this patient is actually a girl that was exposed to too much androgens. So sometimes it's not easy to say whether a patient is a boy or a girl. And therefore, we need to do some evaluations by checking the patients out and doing some tests. And when we do those tests, we have different categories of people who we are not so sure about. And this is my last academic slide. There are some females, they have all the organs internally of females. They have uterus and ovaries, but externally they look like boys, like the photo I showed earlier. Then there are some boys that have tiny penis and they have internal organs of boys, but externally look like girls. Then there's a group we call the true hermaphrodites. This one has both boy and girl organs. Then there are some other rare undeveloped types. Look at this patient. At a first glance, you would think this is a boy. But if you look upwards, you see there's some small breast development. When we investigated, this child had actually both male and female organs. And the child was about 13. In discussion with the parents, made a choice whether to be a boy or a girl, and we selected some form of treatment. But before definitive surgery would take place, we had to wait for an older age. This is not the real name of the patient, but the patient had a name like Christopher and was changed to something like Christiana just to make them cope. And actually, the parents relocated to ensure a better life for this patient. So people have micro penis. Parents may say, oh, it's so tiny, why not just make my baby a girl? This may lead to gender reassignment. But now for the topic. What is the role of the surgeons? We who operate on human beings to correct various problems. How are we involved in gender reassignment? The first reason is because we can. Surgeons can do so many things. I mentioned ambiguous genitalia. It's a surgery we call feminizing genitoplasty. That's where we turn a patient who was misassigned, a girl who was misassigned to boy, we can turn them back to girls. Or hypospadias repair, where boys who were labeled as girls, we can turn them back to normal boys. These ones are very fortunate because when they grow up, their sexuality and fertility is preserved, and they can even go on to have families. The next reason why surgeons get involved is because it is necessary. Sometimes we have some conditions that make us amputations of the genitals that we can intervene. I mentioned Bruce and Brenda that did not end very well. And then, good day all. I want to thank especially the Center for Gender Studies for inviting me to give this talk. I consider it an honor and a privilege to be invited. I'm Philip Shelbwala. I'm a pediatric surgeon from the University of Abuja, and I'm happy to give this talk. Today, we're talking about gender reassignment, the whys and the because. But today is going to focus on the surgeon's perspective. This is indeed a topical issue, And there are many angles to talk about it: psychological, medical, social, all sorts, even religious. But today we're going to focus on the surgeon's perspective. The question we're going to start by asking ourselves is, what is gender? Gender is that aspect of maleness, of femaleness, boy or girl, that is social, psychological, and also acquired, as opposed to sex, which is biological. So gender is what is assigned to you. We're going to take this talk in the following outline and say, why do we even have gender assignment in the first place? Not reassignment, but assignment. And then we'll look at some academic aspects about hermaphrodites. We'll discuss that briefly. And then reasons for gender reassignments, the role of the surgeon, and the consequences of gender assignments. Finally, I'll conclude by discussing what does the future hold. Before I continue, I want to make a disclaimer. I have a few photos here of patients. I have their permission to use it, but some people might find it a bit uncomfortable. So maybe when it comes up, you can look away briefly, and I won't put it for so long. It's just to help buttress what we're discussing today. Especially in Africa, when a baby is born, one of the first questions that we ask is, what is the sex of the baby? Is something we always want to know. It's usually very easy to answer, but every once in a while, we have some babies who are born, and that question is not easy to answer. And that is where assignment and reassignment of gender, from the medical point of view, comes up. So when we have gender assignment as difficult, what do we do? There are some basic steps we can follow. There are some babies who are born, we call them hermaphrodites. We're not sure of the origin of this word. Are they male? Are they female? Because when you look at them, it's not so clear. You say they have abnormal external genitalia. The origin of the word hermaphrodite is not known. We think, is it Greek? Is it Roman? And then the gender to assign to these children, whether boy or girl, is urgent. The treatment will not be done immediately, but we need to know how to declare it. Most cultures, in 7 days, they need to name this child. Fortunately for us in Africa, we have a lot of names that are unisex, that both boys and girls can answer. So the safest option is to assign such names. By the time we finish evaluation, clinically and by investigations and tests, and we decide whether it's boy or girl, the patient can continue their normal life. The best approach to treating people who have difficult determination of their gender is multidisciplinary, where various professionals come together. We can have dietitians, we can have geneticists, we can have surgeons, we can even have religious people getting involved. And then this determine what we do. That is for patients who are born and we're not so sure where they belong. I have 2 or 3 academic slides. This is one of them. I will not make it too boring with medical stuff. But there's a hormone we call testosterone. Testosterone is a hormone that once human beings have the Y chromosome, which makes us boys or men, is present, is elaborated. And there are androgen receptors in our bodies, which respond to testosterone and make people boys. This happens right from the womb. And these receptors are found in all organs of the body, except the spleen. The spleen is one organ in the tummy. Why is it important? Because these androgen receptors are also found in the brain. So right from the womb, if a boy has a Y chromosome and these androgen receptors, even before he's born, the boy will know he's a boy.
All right, tell us your name, your department,
That's my name is Nke. I am a president level student of University of Benin. My question is about she. Okay, it's a comment. There's a question and a comment. So on the comment, she made mention of the fact that it was a full for us to reach the center in the vector aspect. Then my other question. I know that as since I've used the sexual aspect, so I'm thinking it's a lot of concept for people who are assaulted. One people if they actually do if they take legal action, like judge, lawyers, and take legal action to the then for the person that has for the person which is not here, she mention of HPV vaccines for people, but then from what I it's actually for younger girls. Now I want to know if when girls are taking to and for that, not knowing just
Age range. All right. Okay. We have doctors. Doctor is not just okay. You have a doctor. All right. Okay.
not just
It's dark.
well, you know where they can take it.
Okay, how do you do that? Well, that will not breaks.
The video for next slide is not playing on the agenda.
I think, sorry, she will not respond to that. She may say, gave us the number at the sexual assault center,
That means we need to give our VOC. We need to give our VOC. We need to give our VOC.
assaults in those states. That's the number to call. It may not be you, maybe someone you know, someone that needs help. What's the case? See something, say something. All right, let me handle it.
Because I don't know how VOC can do their scope. Their scope is always louder than any other person.
Thank you very much. Once a young people is following sexual acts, it's not only meant for young girls, it's also meant for adults. But we need to do what we call the laboratory test, which is the pass or cervical smear. Check that there's no existing infection or malignant cells.
So take that, see something, do what? Say something. All right.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sexuality. I'm here at the office of Sexuality. So I have one answer question. That's the second lecture on power sex. There was a slide that you projected talking about indecent dresses and addressing it's not an invitation for this class. So it's like a way of saying one can continue to dress indecent. So it is good that you have, emphasize more that despite the word dress is not an encouragement, but let us discourage it as much as possible. Indecent dressing is not good for anyone, anyone. So it's not a right for you to dress the way you want to go out and harass, because when you dress indecent, it's also a form of harassment too. So it's not just the guys that come to harass. Indecent dressing is also will harass them too. And when the result of that harassment comes, it's not great. So it's like we are promoting. So let us try as possible to discourage it in totality. Then that's what the call. And then question, just say it now. Say something, say something. Your lecture was trying to supposed to encourage victims to speak up, regardless of how you are rejected or intimidated. Speak up and good and well, coming on to speak. But when you were giving the narration of the story, you were still seeing to protecting because you said you want to control the name of the person or something. So you have said something, say something, expose them. Let us stop, protecting them. They have done something, expose them. They are going to report. They have reported that it's already confirmed. So expose them as much as possible. So
Kẹ́hìndé, ó wọ̀ sí ìfúkànnì tó ń bí ọsùn bí àbọ̀ ìfúkànnì tó ń ní to download it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I like that thought.
This is there now. This is there now.
Okay.
So the number and the job displayed Dr. Level of Sexual Assault Center where we have the register where the name and shame people are living around. So I don't think it's or it's my place. That's what it is everywhere I go. So if you want to really see the names of people that are convicted of rape issues, and they register at the Sexual Assault Center where the name and shame. And then back to the first comment you talked about one of the slides that said my dressing is not an invitation for sexual harassment. I think I want to borrow time from one of my mothers in the house. Back then she used to ask us all of us here are we modern women, young or old? We are modern women. So it's no longer, in as long as I'm not advocating for
King.
I also know that some of us parents violence dresses for our children. And as such, it's not an impact for anyone to go with such persons. It's just making a statement of priority when you put on a party dress and you walk on the street. So the address is meant for different occasions. And I also know that people should learn to listen to concepts.
Yes, it's really well. We have to show you after we had election. This time we have to go to school for election. It's from law. He's husband of a Somali. We just hope for the best.
That's the best we can do.
Thank you. Take it.
To be sure that history does not repeat itself again and again. Because as far as
mother buys for her child.
Which,
And as we do that,
okay.
I also encourage
Yes,
us to
VLC.
protect some children away from vultures that we
You want to
have
do us?
out there. Thank you all.
What's down with
Thank you very much. Okay, we take this last question. Okay, comment, take this comment and then enter users please put out your vote and call the school numbers while the theater actors truly come for their performance.
Thank you very much. Dr. Mr. Daniel here from Student and my answer from registry pointed at this of staying away. And while the presenter was presenting, talking about those who, the young girl was raped and took her time to open up. In such situations, it's not that you don't want to stay, but everything that to avoid stigmatization on this young girl. In our center, a student was raped. Right in front of that open field, as we were entering the hall of residence. She was raped. It's not good. She was used. Because this young man, she felt a bit threatened. When she was coming, she asked someone, please, it's late. Can you go with me? I live in the hall of residence. I said, I don't want to be so busy. That's the point. Because you protect. And she was a bit afraid to go alone. So she saw the young man coming and begged. And just when they were in this open field, two men came, took the gun on the boy. The other one took her and made that he had his time. And this child got traumatized. Now we took up his case, we got the person arrested. What we had briefly break, he escaped. During this period that before we got this person arrested, she left the visual away. And we tried as much as we can, travel on the way, the parents were from Lagos, so she doesn't want to again. What she does not even know how many students she know this. And we were protecting her. It became our problem to ensure, even when I'm cutting it short, even when we not followed up until we got this person to be arrested. That was when he lost 2 years. He lost a year and came back because he felt comfortable that the person did not see him. Because now the issue that he said he enjoyed her, he did not rape her, but it was not rape. And he was asked to be looking for her anytime she wanted anything anymore. That was so scary, and he did not want to be around the premises anymore. So when he got arrested, because they're not working with the police and all of this, going to the village of this person, when there was the prison breaking around the way to the track, a lot of money for family was involved. He came back and decided to be in hostels where he would not go to read classes. So we made sure we gave emphasis, we gave her seats until she had just graduated. So we protect because of the situation, so that this child is to better.
So if you're having big life experiences, at least now you know better. Mrs. Meguze said, nothing just happens by chance. There are signs everywhere. So when you see the sign, you know what to do. Please a round of applause for everyone there. While comments and questions were going on, we have in our midst, we have Professor Mrs. Koyela. You're welcome, ma'am. Thank you for joining us. We have the CEO of the Sexuality Family Foundation, Mr. Abraham Okode. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much. We'd like to
matter the amount of lectures you give, arts must always have a role. Because people listen. Some don't even listen, they just hear you talk. People read, but they do not digest it. But arts always projects its effects. Therefore, I want to say thank you to the Director of Gender Studies for appreciating arts in projecting the values of topics like this. I want to say that see Dr. Edith was in our rehearsal when we were rehearsing for this play, because everything she was just saying was as if I found out to say, "Ma, come and join us to do rehearsal before we come and perform this play." So I hope that you all enjoy it as we project these various topics that we discussed here today. Thank you.
Sexual harassment. At some stages in her life, she begins to reason the reality of how becoming a girl and the insecurity of turning into a lady. My family, my parents, they were so generous and kind towards us. Visitors are welcome into our home, anytime, any day. Not until one fateful day, and this led to my story.
It's not my flash now. No, it's not my flash.
Give Big Daddy a whore. Did you all get that? easy. No. But did I graduate? Guess right. And guess what? I have the first class. But with that good food on my table, I had to job points. And even getting a job was another challenge. Now I do get a challenge. Love to sir. Love to dear lady. How are you? I'm very sad. I want your presence for last week. Oh, we need to know at 2 weeks ago. Oh, yeah. Remind me of it. Atunda, beautiful name. Atunda, I went through your resume. And you are the perfect person. Oh, God. I know when you say things, and what does sexuality have to do with my job qualification after bagging of first class? How do I get properly qualified in a hotel? Why do I go through this every stage of my life? First, it was my favorite uncle. Next, when I was in the university. And now, even getting a job. Well, I just took solo for that job because I cannot sell my body to get a job. But I got a better job. Discrimination. As a single lady, I am bound to some certain positions in the office. As a single lady, I cannot fuck with others I'm talking because I'm not married. Why to put the ring on my dead finger? And even before getting married, and after getting married, sexuality will always be. And this was a hot struggle. Why do we go through this every stage of our life?
Why do women always feel like that? I ask you, and you. Why do women always feel like that? Man, that's wrong. Men don't have right to tell. I ask you and you again. Why? We just keep feeling. Tell yourself first. Two things of life. We just talk like this equal. When we get our time, building material like using them. Never miss your back, don't use them. Even not to act if I will cry. See, men do have the right. Yeah.
such conversations. Limited offer. You're surprised, right? He, look at the man in the picture. All that truth. And even if anything happened, even if it's dream, I'm sure he thinks that he's going to be a male child. Is he God? Every child born, be it a boy child or a girl child, is bound to equal opportunity.
Do you think I need your sympathy? No, I do not need your sympathy. Yes, of course, I want STD. I don't handle it. Which we all know as sexually transmitted. Of course, when I was engaging in the act, I was enjoying myself. Oh, now look at my life. I am a shadow of my former self. I cannot even put my bottom without receiving more. From God. I cannot even urinate without feeling pain. From one hospital to one medication to one herbal home to another spiritual home. I am tired. I need to hide my head.
Someone's presenting.
That was a beautiful performance. Please, another round of applause. It was like a summary of all that we've been saying. Oh, thank you so much. Can we celebrate the one? I want to thank you for your time and I know that you have enjoyed the program. There's still more to go. Are you feeling? Are you ready to take? We go ahead. All right. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we move straight to our next lecture for today: sexualization and its effects. And to take that is Dr. Stephen Olonso. Please a round of applause for him as he steps forward. Clap now, clap for right now. Let's see to have the music. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have Dr. Stephen Olonso, a licensed clinical psychologist with a sound ethics, experience in the wide range of clinical tasks, including patient assessments, interventions, counseling, and behavioral modification. He specializes in management of addiction, trauma, and emotional disorders. Dr. Olonso obtained his master's degree in clinical psychology from the University of Ibadan in 2018. Dr. Stephen Olonso started his career with Christ Against Drug Abuse Ministry in 2018. And while there, he assisted the organization in developing a
Sexualization and its effect on mental health. We call that the world sexualization. However, the objective for this short explanation is we'll be looking at understanding sexualization, sources of sexualization, mental health effects, and preventing sexualization. First, let us understand sexualization. Every one of us is sexual being. We are all sexual beings. And it's part of our healthy development. And the process of which developing our sexual well-being, sexualization could be a distortion. It could be a what? A distortion. And what is sexualization? Sexualization can affect both gender, both male and female. However, statistics are informed of that sexualization affects the female gender. And also, statistics are also informed of that the victims of sexualization are what? The females. And the perpetrators are the what? The males. So we look at sexualization from 4 different conditions. The first one is when a person's value comes only from his or her sexual appeal or behavior to the exclusion of other characteristics. When a person's value comes from his or her sexual appeal or behavior to the exclusion of other characteristics. A very quick common example that I think people want to continue with is earlier last year, there was a discussion training online on the retail in marriage. And some women, unfortunately, said, I break my breast, I break my pussy. That's where they got on Twitter. That is them sexualizing themselves. Because when you are going to a marriage, it's not only your body that you are going to do. It's not even the most important thing that you are going to do. But when you place that, when you place your sexuality as the most important value, you sexualize yourself. And that's the sexualization. Also, sexualization is when a person is held to a standard that equates physical attractiveness. Another quick example that I think we can all relate to as students, as people who work within the academic environment. You are seeing a lady for the first time, you are in a relationship with you describe the person as oh, you look so sexy. And most times the lady smile. Someone who is not in a relationship with you, someone who is not your husband or who is not your boyfriend, seeing you for the first time and saying you are sexy. That's an insult, not a compliment. Also, when a person is sexually objectified, that is made into tool for other sexual use. And this is where sexual trafficking comes into place. People who work in hotels, most of them do those work, not monopoly, but they are forced to do that. They go to something about objects. That is sexualization also. And lastly, when sexuality is inappropriately imposed on a person, when sexuality is inappropriately imposed on a person, a very good example is sexual harassment. When you are an actual sexuality, but you don't do sexual harassment. And also, when you want to force someone to say, oh, this is the kind of person you must have a sexual relationship with. And this is also quite common among the parents. To say, oh, you must only bring a fair girl home. You must only bring giving them qualities and you must bring home. Some of the sources of sexualization. Sexualization stems from really interrelated sources. We have the media, the interpersonal relationship, and self-sexualization. However, you see, the media and interpersonal relationship are the media and interpersonal relationship. Because it has nothing to be stated by a victim. If now the gender, whether male or female, are still that, you know what, the only thing that is good about me is my sexuality. It's how I feel. It's how I feel. It's how I feel. That's why it's not out of place. You speak to some individuals and they tell you, ask them, what's your future plan? And they say, oh, I'm just looking for a future plan to value me and start having children. What is going on in identify is self-sexualizing.
So please be careful. Be careful as far as that.
Due to what? The exposure to media and the kind of interpersonal relationship that we were exposed to. Next slide. So let's look at the mental health effects. However, before we reach mental health effects, as the mental health practitioner, I always try to ensure that you don't have a wrong perception of how mental health, because when you don't let what enter, what goes to your mind is that person on the street is significant level of insanity. That's what comes to our mind. So, however, every one of us has to want a mental health. Now, what is mental health? Mental health is a state of mental well-being that enables you and I to cope with stresses of life, realize our ability, learn well, and contribute to the community. So every one of us has a mental health. However, we tend to focus on those mental illness. So how can sexualization affect our mental health? If our mental health is a state of mental well-being, you see, so I'm going to focus more on the female gender as I spoke to you. And that's because of the high incidence of sexualization of the female gender. The sexualization of young girls is perpetuating gender stereotype and leading many girls to experience serious mental health issues. Next slide. And oftentimes, these mental health issues are symptoms themselves arising from girls internalizing the sexualization they receive from others. So let me quickly explain how sexualization affects your mental health, affects the mental health of victim. Because it hits everybody that is exposed to sexualization that is developing mental health illness or mental health low. And the reason why it's low is that two individuals may experience the same event. And these two individuals have different outcomes to that same event that they experience. And this also applies to sexualization. So when the problem occurs, it occurs on how individuals internalize the experiences that they are encountering. So when the individual are sexualized, especially a young girl, she tries to interpret maybe of what Anxiety is also a big factor that consequence of sexualization. Constant worry, excessive fear. Depression. And also eating disorder, just like I said earlier, because there's a link between body type and our eating behavior. And when we sexualize, we different. You know, when the females tend to see people when it comes to things like advertisements. The truth is that it's not a cross for the female gender, but actually the advertisement is actually sexualizing the female gender. Because every lady that saw the advert wants to look like that lady, because that seems like the best figure. And in trying to do that, eating disorders is actually concepting starvation, not wanting to eat, or even eating and inducing themselves to vomit, just to maintain that figure. Also, self-harm, that means intentionally hurting yourself. Suicidal thoughts. Someone who has been sexually harassed feel like, oh, what is let me end it all. Assuming suicide seems like the best option for them. And we also have sexualized violence. Next slide. So my focus today is how can we prevent sexualization? Because to me, I think prevention. Prevention is better, is cheaper, and is safer than looking for cure. So how can we prevent sexualization? Number one, sex and relationship education. Sex and relationship education. Due to maybe I don't want to say maybe I'm not talking about that, we don't want to talk about sex. See that it happens. And when we don't talk about it in the right environment, the young ones will talk about it in the wrong environment. So it's the duty of everyone to ensure that they teach sex and relationship education to their boys, to their children. And it starts at early age. The moment your child can speak, the moment your child understands signs and language, you can start teaching them. However, I think the problem we have is we don't know how to teach our children or to talk about sex or to talk about relationships. And it's just a quick example. If your child is still a toddler, what you just need to teach your child is to understand these are our private parts. Not your penis, this is your penis. Not your breast, this is your breast. Nobody should, this is your hole, nobody should touch this. That is not which education is at that age. So by parents, someone wants to sexualize them, they can easily come back and say, Mommy, Uncle touch my penis. And Auntie, somebody touch my breast. So it's very easy. And it is like because of social media. You see a small child with a car. When he or she wants to come and talk to you, because you are chasing the money, go and take your car. And they are well exposed. You think you password or you can test. You will be surprised at I don't know that you say. The newer generation, they are all smarter than us. More technological savvy than you. So next time, to ensure that your attention is there, asking the right question is also a way of preventing sexualization, especially if you are if your children are within their adolescent age. At the adolescent age, a child, irrespective of whether a girl or a boy wants to explore, is trying to understand his sexuality. That is when she understands that, oh, I'm a lady. I need to pass myself. I need to take care of myself. I need to take care of my needs. And you might start noticing that, oh, maybe what he or she is wearing, you don't need to forget about it. And as parents, we want to enforce, or we want to correct them. The way you correct, so that is that an adolescent, they are expected to question you. They are expected to challenge you as an adult. So only how to ask the right question. Let's say practical example. You are not comfortable with the kind of dress you don't have to stop. Rather than saying you go outside or you go back inside and all that dress. You should see the child respect you. She will go inside and all the dress because she will put it in her bag and go out and change it. So what can you do differently? Engage them in the conversation. Ask her about the dress. Do you feel okay with this dress? Is anything wrong with this dress? You won't need to tell her to go and up the dress by the time you make her home. She herself will understand that, oh, what am I doing? What will happen to you in this dress? How will people see you in this dress? Of course, dressing is a very controversial issue to culture. Saying whatever you wear is not an excuse for to be abused. However, standing up and dress the way you look, can become people to address you. If you dress like a sport, you can dress like a sport. And mentoring is also a way of preventing sexualization. That is the educational sector. You find out that it's very common among videos. When you ask them, what do you want to do after school? At 400 level, what is on their mind? Just go and get that. How much fun video recorded level? Let me just go and get that. Only few will say, oh, my master's, I want to maybe do this. Majority, and that should be taken for pleasure for the road. Because also at 400 level, most mothers also want to start asking their daughter, read down the mother is asking. Although it's a valid question. It's a valid question. Because if I'm seeing a lady and the lady is coming for me for therapy and saying, you know what, I have problem with relationship. And I want to do my teenage assessment. I want to ask, did you go to school? Did you attend university? So in those 4 years, did you ever have a relationship? This is the next question. Remember, the social media is mentoring the youth in the wrong way. The social media is mentoring the youth in the wrong way. How much do they pay beauty pageants? And how much do they investigate? You understand? So you have to make it. Some of the ladies will tell you that, oh, I can't even be a baby mama. I just want to be a rich guy, get pregnant, just go and baby mama. And I will be doing fine. Use what? That is what they read, that is what they see online. So imagine every living professor in this institution mentor 10 students every year. The change starts with you and I. With everything about the government,
So this program is still yet. Still have some.
I don't know, man. Is this guy that? I finished talking by now. But after the show, I think it's only that woman left. That's the singer. Yeah, stuff.
You are live, Nabi. I forgot to mention it. Did you record it?
It's recording online now. You can always download it. Sounds like a problem.
Our website, okay.
We'll embed it to the website.
Alright.
Do an embed it. So again, we'll continue after the
I still did not see our story. Our story did not upload. Did not upload this is now.
Those pictures. I sent it now. Sent it yesterday now. I sent 3 things yesterday. I sent the adverts. I sent this that yesterday. I will send it to you now. You can always check it.
This link. Okay, so is that link that you sent to me? I can share.
You can share now. I will share it with my people. I share it with my own people.
So in conclusion, addressing the psychological consequences of sexualization is crucial for improving
So it's only one.
promoting awareness, encouraging positive self-image, and fostering supportive environment and mitigating effects. Let us remember, a change can start with an eye.
Thanks, sir. Come.
Thank you very much once again. Let's give him another round of applause. Dr. Stephen, we are grateful, sir. Thank you. Quickly, I will just bring, don't worry, I still have loads of chat cards. Okay? Alright, quickly let me bring to the microphone for a brief session. She's a dance therapist. Miss Awele, okay, round of applause for her.
Okay, I'm back again. For this time, we have to work together. Before we start, I'll just tell you to prepare something for us to dance. But before then, I'd like to just talk about dance therapy. Dance therapy is a psychotherapeutic use of movements to support emotional, psychological, intellectual function of a person. It is not about dancing to feel good. No. It is not about going to the club or going to church after dancing. You say, oh, I don't dance. That was therapy. That was dance therapy. That was therapeutic dancing. But that was not dance therapy. Dance therapy is a regimented treatment. It's not just any kind of therapy you do any way you like. But what we are going to do today is therapeutic dancing and not dance therapy. Okay, I just explained what dance therapy is. Dance therapy is what the Center for Gender Studies is organizing in December. And I hope you will all register. Okay. It's beneficial to your health, to your emotion, to your psychology, and to your person in full. So, but for now, we'll just do therapeutic dancing. Thank you so much. Titi, are you ready?
Kenji,
So,
zoom out
do
for.
some dancing.
I'll just
We'll do some movements, and then after that, just relax ourselves. And then after that, we'll do some meditation. Hope you are ready.
Ah, better. Thank you.
So that you can take more of gender studies. So they have a lot to offer. Director, thank you, sir. Thank you for that. Okay, are we ready? Please don't make it too loud so that they can hear you when they talk. Okay, now we okay, let's just move side, 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 side.
She was
closing part today.
That was nice. Thank you. Please celebrate them one more time. So you see that at the Center for Gender Studies, we are taking a holistic approach to this thing. So we don't pray that before meeting. We
Why
pray.
you not train the men? Why you not train the men how to fight?
Do exactly what to do. DJ, please give us some music. The next slide is the next last lecture for today is to be delivered by Dr. Loretta Ogboro. She's a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist and the president, University of Benin Alumni Association UK chapter. She's going to be giving her lecture online. So we're going to, next time we're going to watch is Dr. Loretta Ogboro, and our topic is consent and healthy sexual relations. After the lecture, we'll take questions and then we'll share some more chat cards. Thank you very much.
Good day, everyone. It's humbling to be speaking to us today. I'm with us in spirit, in the hall, face to face. However, I'm having to do this via electronic media today because sadly, even though I thought I would be around, things have come around and I am not able to be there in person. However, it's really humbling to be one of the speakers here today. And I want to thank our University of Benin, led by our erudite Professor Lillian Imwetian Salami, and the entire staff, as well as the chief host and the Center for Gender Studies, Professor Adefunke Adekunle. Also, I am indebted to prior speakers for laying the foundation today for the subject matter that we are discussing. And for everyone who has tuned in or who will watch this later or who is there face to face, I really want to say a big thank you to all of us. My name is Loretta Oduwari Ogboro. I'm a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist. I'm a medical simulation expert and an educationist, a researcher, and I'm currently doing my PhD in law and criminology with special emphasis on my interest area is trafficking and contemporary slavery. So looking at the subject matter for today, I'm particularly looking at a reflection on consent and healthy sexual relations. I feel privileged that I am situated within this subject matter that is an ever-evolving global phenomenon currently. And I want us to see my talk today as a non-didactic process. Rather, I want us to take it as a stimulant that generates, or a stimulant that actually catalyzes us to reflect on the subject of consenting and healthy sexual relations. Within the social, cultural, and moral construct of our society today and the current world order, sexuality, sex, is evolving. And I must actually put out a disclaimer there at this very beginning and make some definitions very, very clear. People often look at sexuality and they tend to bother about different terminologies. They tend to look at what is good and what is bad, and because it has sex at its core, it is often limited to the whisper zones of our social cultural fabric and moral compasses, especially in African social cultural context, in Nigeria and in Edo State, especially if we bring it home. But one huge step forward for us is that today we are having these conversations in the open and in a formal way. We need to understand that sex in itself is situated at the intersection of physical, emotional, and mental well-being, and that questions of consent, respect, and responsibility should be discussed as persons who are keen to explore our boundaries and our identities and to forge further connections. So we can see why we need to congratulate ourselves that we are now discussing this and have taken it from the stigma zone into a formal setting like this, because we are creating a safe space for this kind of discussion, which is what obtains in other climes like the United Kingdom, Canada, and other places. But we would be economical with the truth if we don't actually tell ourselves that what we are doing here today is novel and should be continued. So how do we maximize our fundamental human rights and allow each individual to embrace our powers of discernment and decision making, and when it comes to sex, sexuality, gender, identity, and actually providing important context for healthy relations? I mean, from what everyone has said, we can tell that we must move consent from the focus that most people just think that consent is just about should we have sex, yes or no, or rape, or sexual assault and sexual activity. We should move it from all of these kind of narrow tunnel shaped vision into a funnel shaped vision where we take it out of reproductive function and we then bring it into a more encompassing perspective, including but not limited to exploring the psychosocial aspects of sexual motivation. We need to look at it from the age specific consent angle. We must understand that sexuality is often erroneously limited to dichotomous categories of, oh, you're a man or you're a female, or you're masculine or you're feminine, and take it out of there and know that sexuality includes people's sexual preferences, their gender, their erotic attractions, their identity, their behavior, their relationships. It not only focuses on the body but also includes the emotional, social, cultural, and psychological aspects, which necessitates an acceptance of a multiplicity sometimes of sexual orientation, identities, and behavior. It is really difficult, especially in African social cultural setting, in Nigeria and in Benin City, in Edo State, in this 2024 October, to not be tempted to narrow all of these concepts. But allow me today, ladies and gentlemen, to actually posit that we maintain a funnel-shaped approach and understand that diversity is necessary, and that in thought is necessary, and that the intersects of every aspect of human life cannot be removed from a healthy sexuality, sex, and development and relations. So faith, socioeconomic status, everything is an intersect with all of this. But at the core of this intersection of sexuality with a healthy lifestyle is consent. consent is important. Consent is necessary. People who are couples, partners, must have consensual sexual relations with active agreements and nothing implied. Consent is something that is complex, multi-dimensional construct which involves a variety of interrelated factors. And these factors are psychological, sociological, legal entities. So, to be clear, I want to give a definition for consent. And there's one of my favorite definitions for consent. And that is the definition that tells us that consent must be freely given, knowledgeable, and informed. It's an agreement that is freely given, it's made on knowledgeable terms, and optimal information. Consent becomes ineffective or not valid if there is not enough information given, if there is coercion, if there is manipulation, if there is inducement, and if there is duress. We must also know that consent is not assent. Assent is agreement on the surface, sort of implied. And consent is not acquiescence. Acquiescence is inducement under duress, or when there's a power gradient. And one cannot talk about consent without talking about the key elements of consent, which include it must be voluntary, like I said, must be given freely without force, threats, or pressure. The person making this consent must be fully informed. All the information must be given. Importantly, there must be capacity. And capacity means that the person is in the right mental state. The person is able to absorb the information given, following the communication. So information must be given in a manner that the person understands it, absorbs it, is able to rationalize on that information, ask the necessary questions, and reproduce the information. And then the person must be able to make their own decision, devoid of any other extraneous influences that can manipulate them. So if someone is under the influence of alcohol, drink, or substances that make them high, consent can be invalidated. And consent must be specific. So that means consent must be given in a specific act and cannot be assumed or generalized. So especially in sex and sexuality and maintaining an optimal lifestyle, the fact that two persons have had consensual intercourse today, or the fact that my sexuality in 2024 is one of a heterogeneous disposition, does not make that fixed and specific. Tomorrow I could say no, I could decline sexual intercourse with the same partner. Tomorrow my sexual orientation could change. So it is important to understand these factors. Now, reversibility. Know that consent can be freely reversed. If I say no today, I can say yes tomorrow. And if I say yes today, I can say no tomorrow. That is the entitlement, fundamental human right of each person. So, if we now understand the factors that influence consent and the principles of consent, it therefore means that we cannot push aside the importance of consent, because that means that consent will therefore make parties in the sexual act, in the discussion of sexuality within our moral fabrics, to be engaged, to be safe, and to be happy in whatever they are doing. So there is a stability emotionally, there's a positive self-image, there's an self-esteem, and there's a reduction of stress. All of these will optimize healthy relations. So what are these challenges in consenting in today's world, in our own domesticated environments? What are these challenges that we face, and how do we turn them around as individuals, as societies, as institutions, and as government? And ladies and gentlemen, I think this is the arrowhead of what we should be thinking about. How do we create that safe space, that environment, encourage people in our community to understand the meaning of consent in sex and sexual relations and sexuality? Then first of all, we must understand the challenges. Challenges are social, cultural, societal, religious, spiritualism, traditional gender roles, power gradients and dynamics in our culture, lack of information, inability of persons to articulate what they want, peer pressure, and a lot more. How do we navigate this in an ever-changing world? How do we make our people understand that there are intersections between sex, sexuality, consent, and emotional, mental, and psychological well-being? The most important intervention will have to start from our homes, from the families. What kind of conversations are parents having with their children, and when? Are we still speaking in hushed tones, even about describing body parts and anatomy? Are we able to raise our children in such a way that they can talk to us about anything and we build their self-esteem? How many times do you tell your children how good and worthy and pretty and handsome and beautiful that they are? Do we hide everything under the cloak of spiritualism and not allow people to express themselves? The family is the basic unit of society, and as such, this is where these changes must begin to stem from. Kudos again to the Center for Gender Studies for bringing these kind of discussions into the open. Are you able in the house to now translate this discussion into action and even ask for consent from your children, even in day-to-day things? Because when we do that, then we teach them to learn from us. Moving on to institutions, what kind of sex education are we infusing into our educational system? My daughter had the rare privilege of attending school across borders, and she came back and said to me, "Mommy, the kind sex education we didn't give me for my school for Enugu was a joke. The teachers themselves were all red in the face when you compare it to what I was taught about sex education, sexuality in the United Kingdom. They couldn't even mention the anatomical names of the organs they are talking about. And when we asked questions, we were rebuffed." She could pinpoint the pitfalls. Information is power, and we need to enable our children, our wards, and those that we take care of in society to be able to make informed decision, which is one of the core parameters for consenting. So give this information to them early. If not, someone else will give the information to them skewed, and that is when people begin to lack self-esteem and they are not able to make their decisions. Institutions such as universities and higher learning, places of higher learning, must begin to imbibe the example that we are setting here today and have these discussions in formal, structured way in the open, so people can talk about them and people can begin to understand that no means no, a yes means yes. It must be enthusiastic, it cannot be implied, it is not static, and all of the negativity that can come with it, as well as the positivity that can be generated when there's an understanding of the terminology and terms. And of course, at the community level, let us look at our churches and our mosques. These are places that we frequent. Therefore, these are places where we also need to build in mechanisms that will allow us have discussions that are acceptable around this subject matter, so that people can actually be better engaged, better discerning, and have a sense of they are not being judged, and therefore can make better choices. When people do things illegally, they tend to do it wrongly. So when you create an environment of stigmatization, judging people, and a sense of mystery and curiosity, that is when people are going to go and do the wrong things. I will not end this discussion without talking about the role of government and governance policies, and not just having them gather dust on bookshelves, but actually enacting them in our societies. So are people being held accountable for their shortcomings, or when they err, or when they are wrong? Are people being held accountable for their breaching of sexual relations? When rape cases happen, are people being held accountable? Are the government doing age appropriate and societally accepted education, communication, and information materials that can even be aired on the media space and talking about these things? Are they working to help people remove the fear and stigma and the rejection and the fear when they come out to say, oh, there has been a breach of my consent, I have been sexually assaulted, when there is no consensual sex, that's what it is, or I have been raped? Or how well are we supporting these people even with our legal system? These are things we need to talk about. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I want to posit to us today that the fulcrum of consent rests on adequate communication and optimal information. It is therefore our duty to ensure in our own niches, wherever we find ourselves, that we put all of these out there, and we let people understand that no means no and yes is yes. Let people understand that individuals own their body, and their bodies do not belong to anybody else, and their body is all encompassing of the physical, of the mental, of the psychological, of the spiritual, and that all of these, when tied together, gives a multifaceted approach to thinking about sex and sexuality, and it cuts across strata and every part of human endeavor. Therefore, what are we saying as individuals, as communities, as governments, as legal system? What are we saying? What is the population hearing, and how can we make it better? That's the reflection we should have today. That's how best we are going to be able to push the concept of consent. I want to say thank you to everybody. I want to just say it's been a pleasure speaking here today. Thank you. Good day, everyone. It's humbling to be speaking to us today. I'm with us in spirit in the hall, face to face. However, I'm having to do this via electronic media today because, sadly, even though I thought I would be around, things have come around and I am not able to be there in person. However, it's really humbling to be one of the speakers here today. And I want to thank our University of Benin, led by our erudite professor, here today. Thank you. Good day, everyone. It's humbling to be speaking
That's a certificate.
One certificate for this event. You need to write to us. Please, you can reach us at the Center for Gender Studies through our email. Once you send a message, be sure to get a response ASAP. And our email is genderstudies@bbet.edu. Genderstudies@bbet.edu. So feel free to send us an email if you want to get a certificate for this event. For adults participants, just a total of 5,000 naira, and then for our students, 3,000 subsidized rates. Okay, moving on. So we'll take the low airtime 5055, sorry. I'll take it again. 55019 17453 21608. Anybody? Anyone? It has been used, someone has used. Alright, the document is there. How much? What do you say? Alright, next flow again. Then I'll exit. Flow, exit, another flow. 55374 96072 11837.
Please, we are Mr. Mrs.
Alright, congratulations. How much did you get? 500. You are good to go. Alright, congratulations. So, Ete users. Ete users. 522-884-90-4000-2235. Ete users. Who got it? Anyone? Alright, you again. You have two lines. Alright, congratulations. Next, Ete. Please, if you are good one, please leave it for those that have not. Let those that have not gotten, let them give them the opportunity. Next, Ete line 5771 8345 74 Going on. Alright, congratulations. How much did you get? 500. What did you say? Thank you. You're welcome. I go again. MTN. Please, we have the video, please. The video for the center, we have a short clip of the center to project. Please, can we project that now? Click on the center. Documentary from the center, encouraging young girls. We have a short clip from the center, please. MTN 475-818-001-338-74746. MTN. Going. Anyone? Oh! Congratulations. How much? 900. Congratulations. All right. Next, MTN. Another MTN. Please, is he ready? The video for the documentary. MTN, are you ready? Are you ready? 964456327389363885. MTN.
Anytime, fire me money. Hello, baby, you don't even know what you do to me.
The video. Just turn on your face.
Center for. Center for. Have you opened it? Visit. Have you seen?
Go on, yes.
you're a woman and you're hearing my voice, let nothing.
Two battles you that you do. And this is what we tell them, where or even in the work at
education. Because if you know your audience, sky is
and transform you outside.
In the Nigerian military, the females have actually done quite well for themselves, and if you merit it, the military has always showcased us.
Beauty fades, dumb is forever. It is important for girls as well as boys to know that their worth in this world is based upon what's up here, not necessarily what's over here.
Okay, so that goes to the next item, ambassadorial drive. In the Center for Gender Studies, we are on a mission.
If you're a woman and you're hearing my voice, let nothing be an obstacle to your success. You can do it if you say so. You're only the person in your way. People will discourage you all the time, but it's happening. Women will take over this world, I promise you, and it's happening.
It's a journey. There are two battles you will fight. The biggest one is yourself, because you must stretch yourself. You must work on yourself. The second one is, it is in service that you do leadership. I have found that everybody that has been great at leadership did something, was doing something for the generality, not personal. And that's where your impact lies, and somehow God rewards you.
The bolder we can be, the better.
As an ophthalmologist, I have so many females behind, I have many resident doctors, postgraduate doctors that I'm teaching and I'm mentoring as well. And this is what we tell them. We tell them that what a man can do, a woman can do. Whether in the political atmosphere or even in the academics, anywhere, the sky is your limit. You should not just say because you are a woman and just be behind, stay behind. No, you should work at the focus and just know where you're going.
Being a woman should not and can never be a limitation. Because if you know your audience, sky is your limit.
Be focused. Be focused. Know what you want. Aim for the best. And lastly, the change must come from the inside out. You must make up your mind. I want to be different. I want to do something different. I want to be good. So it's the change that comes from inside that will transform you outside.
In the Nigerian military, the females have actually done quite well for themselves, and if you merit it, the military has always showcased us.
Beauty fades, dumb is forever. It is important for girls as well as boys to know that their worth in this world is based upon what's up here, not necessarily what's over here.